Good morning. Am I late? I might be late. 1 minute late. 2 minutes late? Maybe. Hello. Yeah, I can never predict how long my coffee is gonna take. Okay, but anyway, we are here now. So let's get into it. Let's see what we can get done today now. I am hopeful. Oh, let me just get by. There we go. Just get my seat in the right position. Get my footrest in the right place. Get myself nice and aligned. There we go. Now we can go. Oh, I suppose I should get the chat open. Hey. Pop out the chat and pop out the YouTube chat. Just in case somebody wants to say something there. Okay. There we go. Now, let's get going. Let's get going. Okay, so the first thing, I just want to open up my time tracker thingy. And let's see what we're doing. Okay, well, if we go back to the streaming to do, I guess we are currently almost done with all of the stuff to get everything working correctly. Right, so I am just gonna go back to the time tracker and get the character refactor thing started, because this is pretty much what I'm busy with at the moment, right? Okay. So let's just get our bearings straight here. So I'm just gonna play the game, and then we can see what exactly it does or doesn't do, and then we can decide what was the last thing we needed to approach from there. Okay, so this works. We got all our stats, and we can upgrade it, and we saw that this did work. Like damage, for instance, if we just got that guy. Okay, we go to level prep, we click on the chickenite. Okay. Yeah, he does 8 damage now. Let's see, I don't take damage yet, so I need to fix that, eh? And I also don't gain experience. Okay, so those are the next 2 things we need to go check out. So we don't take damage, and we don't gain experience. Okay, so for taking damage, okay, let's actually open our C# project. I never opened this. Okay, taking damage shouldn't be that bad. So you'll notice, if we go look at the character, each of our characters have... No. The player has a player take damage script, right? And we've got damage sources. Okay. And pretty much this. So we got this apply hit function, which does damage to the player, so some amount of damage, and then it makes a little pop-up appear, right? The damage number pop-up. Okay, now I would say that the problem is this. Yeah, because I think this works. The problem is this this event over here. So let's see, where are we referencing this? Okay, I see in Character Manager there's one. And there are two. Oh, okay, this is this script. Okay, and then the Ranger and Wizard Character Managers also do this, but I think the one we need to go to is the Character Manager itself. Okay. So right here we get our... Yeah, okay. So this one is the problem. So we don't actually want to decrement the health on our character stats. We want to do it with our character data. Yeah. So we just have to take this and make it character data dot current health, I believe, and that should work already because yeah, everything was named the same thing, so this should just work. Okay, so we apply the damage to the character data instead, and that should be fine now. Okay, maybe we change this as well, so it's not character stats, it's character SO. Okay, and then this might have broken something. So if we go to our inspector, I think we'll see that it lost the plugin. Potentially. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so if we open the knight character in the character manager, yeah, the character SO gets lost when I did that. So you just plug it back in. The ranger character, and then finally the wizard character. Okay, so we should take damage now, but I don't have to test that at the moment. So let's see, how do we gain a level? Okay, so I believe it's in... Could it be the enemy itself that gives you a level? Okay, these scripts are still very bad, but anyway. Let's see, start. So on death. Okay, progression manager instance gain XP. Okay. So this is where we want to go. Yeah. Okay, so the gain XP function gets called and it does absolutely nothing because it was a bunch of nonsense. Right. Yes, absolutely it was nonsense. Okay. Okay, so the first thing is this level up character is completely null and void. I actually... That was changed a long time ago. So you can get rid of that. Okay, so let's get into here. Okay, so we got the gain XP. Okay, so I think when we run this, there's a function in our player manager instance that says get selected character data. Right? So we could just run that, because currently, I mean, if you look at this, we say here, okay, get selected character data. And let Let's just see. Oh, this is the XP gained for benched characters function. Okay. Okay, get selected character data. And then we can just say dot a current experience plus equals our XP amount. Right, it should be as easy as that to get experience for the selected character. Okay. Okay, but now at this point, we don't have any way to get the other guys to level up as well. Okay, so we could run this function. For the other characters. Now let's see, is there a good way to find out which characters are not selected? There might be. So this is a nice and easy one because I knew that we would need this a couple of times. So if we go back to player manager. So let's see. Okay, we ask if everybody is still alive. You get selected character. Okay, so we have the party member game objects. So what we could do is the get not selected characters. Just need some water. Yeah, so let's do a function like that, right? It'll make get selected character data, get non-selected character data. And I would say the only thing I realistically need to do this might have to be a list, right? Yeah, because there's always going to be one character selected and a few characters not selected. So this would be a list of type, a character data list. And effectively what we do, so for each game object character in party member game objects, get the character data. If the character name is not equal to the selected character, then what we can do is we can add it to the list, right? So we can say we have a list here of character data. I'm just thinking if this is really necessary or if we could just do this. Well, I might need this a few more times, so let's just do it. A list of character data, non-selected characters, character data. Okay, so we just create a new list over there. And then basically we say non-selected character data dot add. Right, and what we add is character data. Okay, so that doesn't work. Oh, no. We don't return that. Okay. So for each object, we go through and we add things and then we return our non-selected character data. Not selected, non-selected, not selected. I don't know, right? Is it really important what I call these? Maybe not, but anyway. So these are the not selected character data. And maybe I should just call it a list. Okay, so now what we can do in our character level up UI, progression manager. So when this is called, what we can do instead is we can say let's think about this. So we want to do a for each in some way, but I'm sure we can't do a for each character data, character data in get not nope player manager dot instance dot get not selected character list data. Right, can you do that? So okay, so we get this list once, I guess. Right, let's just print not print debug.log character data dot character name not toString. Okay, so we could do that, and then effectively what we want to do is we just want to do the call this XP gain for benched characters. We need character 1, which is my current character. So this would be player manager dot instance dot get selected character data dot level. Good morning, this guy. How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, so we get that one level, and then we do character data dot level for the other one. And now it should calculate the correct thing. Now, I'm not sure about this. Oh, that's great. How's the state machines going for you? That could get very complicated. But you're a professional. Wait a minute, what did I just do? Oh, I should actually add this. Whoopsie. Did not want to see that. So I should actually do character data dot current experience plus equals that amount. So this just returns me an amount of experience to gain. I actually should add that to the character data experience. Yes, okay. That should work. You're just winging it. Well done. Well, my goal for today. Okay, so currently I'm just trying to get the characters to take damage and level up again, right? So if I could just get that working, I'd be happy. And then I need to get if they level up, I need to get that new level up screen working correctly, right? Because currently they don't actually gain skill points or anything yet. So you can't spend them, but I want to see if I can get that working. So once they gain experience again, they should be able to then also gain levels and skill points, and I want all of that connected correctly and working the way it should, or the way it did back in the day, you remember. So that would be nice if I could get all that done. And then potentially, you know, if it would also be kind of cool if I could actually get 1 or 2 of the new stats implemented, right? Like wisdom or, you know, whatever, one of the other ones that I have now. Because they don't do anything, right? There's just nothing happening when they are in the character data, but they don't do deadly. I'm not even sure if something like movement speed is doing something right now. Oh, no, that is. Damage, movement speed, attack speed, and max health. I think they all work. Critical, that doesn't do anything. Dodge, armor, health regen, none of this other stuff does anything. So it'd be cool if I could get 1 or 2 of them working as well. Okay, but I think my characters should gain experience now. So experience should be gained, and they should also die, or take damage at least. Maybe they don't die, actually, now that I think about it. We'll see. Be kind of bad. Okay, so if I could just spend these on some random nonsense. Yeah, let's take the ranger. Okay, I should also change that behavior, right? Well, that's promising. I don't know if it's just a UI bug. And then I am maybe taking damage. I just can't see it because the UI somehow didn't update. Okay, let's finish this level and see if that does anything. Okay, I come here. Oh, I can't actually see. Okay, let's look at the different characters. Maybe in their character data I can see experience gains. Okay, well, stuff happened here. Chicken-eyed owl wizard, chicken-eyed owl wizard. So this meant it tried to gain experience for them. Where is my experience here, though? Okay, let's look at the ranger. Did you actually lose health? No, you didn't. You did no such thing. Is dead is true, apparently, for the ranger. How did that happen? Ah, yes, like it. Okay, so I'm thinking... Okay, let's do... Start next level. Okay, his health updated. He's got 0.2 experience. So something worked, but not everything worked. Null reference exception error. I didn't even notice that. Where's this happening? Oh, it's trying to calculate the skill points. Okay, yeah, but none of this nonsense. Okay, who's trying to calculate the skill points? Yeah, okay. Just not do that right now. Wait, maybe I shouldn't try to change the code right now. That might be even better. Okay, let's just try and kill something here. I just want to see if he gains levels or loses health or anything like that. Oh, is this error actually causing nothing to spawn? Yeah, it seems like it. Okay, so this problem with the UI, I guess. I actually don't know. Okay, so let's... I also think there's a problem with my character data. So let's go to the character data first. Okay, we can just comment this out. So my current health property, which is public apparently, but I can't see it. So what I should do here is just set my current health. And let's just see here. Let's set my m underscore current health equals to my max health. Just to start with, right? Because I think I don't do that. I don't set their health at the start. And I also don't influence the current health in the inspector, but I do set the max health. So if we could just do this to get going. And I don't want to set the current health because then it will invoke this, which could cause some issues in the UI, I guess, if it's not. Well, it won't, because there's a question mark, which means it'll check if there's nothing connected, right? So if there's nothing connected, it'll just skip it. And then maybe later something will be connected. Yeah, but technically, every time my current health is changed, this should be invoked. Right, and then... yeah, and then in the player manager... Yo, my voice. So if my player character name is equal to selected character, then we update the UI. The health bar and the other one. So they should work. Okay, wait. We do check. Now, I believe all of this should work. It might have just been the fact that I didn't set their health when the game starts, right? Okay, and we got rid of that call, which caused the null reference exception error. So let's try this again. Yeah, not going to worry about that. So we just select the chicken knight. Start level. Okay, we got... Oh, wait. Hey, we got 1 experience from killing that guy. We got 2 experience from killing that guy. Hey, this seems good. This seems like the game's working. Ah, sorry about that. Okay, let's just take out the totem. Okay, so we gained 5 levels. Now that 5 there is not connected to that 5 levels at all. Actually, did we gain 5 levels? Now that I think about it. This level UI should be working. Right, okay, let's go look at our chicken character's data. Level is 5. Okay, so we did go up 5 levels. Our skill points is also 5. Okay, that's because I set that manually. Okay. So let's look at the ranger. She went to level 1. That makes sense. And the wizard went to level 1 as well. Okay, so the skill points are not calculating and updating here. So basically for each skill point, for each level we gain, we should also gain a skill point, I think. Which is basically, you know, you get to choose one of these, basically. I think that's the easiest way to handle this. Okay, so if we go now and we select the Robin and we start the level. I didn't actually check if I lose health. Yes, I definitely lose health. Okay. Okay, so we can now go ahead and kill these guys. Got a bunch of levels there. So there's definitely still some balance problems here. With the way we gain levels currently, because I think when you kill this thing, you gain like a ton of experience. Yeah. That was 1 ton of experience, exactly. Oh, geez. Did some of it just stay in the air? What is happening here? How did this break? I haven't touched the totem code in, like, ever. Jeez. But apparently the totem code is broken now. Okay, fantastic. Anyway. So I think the character data itself can give us skill points, right? So the difference between skill points and level, obviously they're going to be the same, but you can spend skill points and you just gain levels, right? That makes sense. Okay, so I think yeah, whenever we do level plus plus, we can do skill points plus, whoops, plus plus as well. Right, so just we gain level, we gain a skill point. That's it. Simple as that. And then we should be able to spend them. Now, currently, we don't have very good things to spend them on because half of the, no, like 3/4 of the stats don't do anything, right? But we'll get there. We'll get there. Just hold on. Hold on. Okay, so let's see. Oh wait, what the hell? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna change my skill point amount to 0 for each character to start off with. 0. Okay, 0 skill points there. And 0 skill points there. I should check what happens if somebody dies, right? So let's make the ranger's health at 15, for instance. I just want to see if anything happens when she dies. I don't think anything happens. I think the game still kind of doesn't know how to deal with that. Oh no! So when you start out and if you start at exactly 0 skill points, you can still spend some. Whoopsie, okay, I'll go fix that now, but let's just die quickly. The guy's confused. Okay, null reference exception error. In the lizard? Interesting. Oh, we went back to calculating skill points for some reason. Yeah, we actually don't need to do this at all anymore. Wait, why the hell did they go... Who calls this function? Okay, let's just see. So, I mean, calculate skill points doesn't have any references, right? Nothing should be able to do this. And also, this is terrible, right? Let's just delete it. That's a dumb function right there. Log character stats at start of wave, completely pointless. I feel so bad deleting all your code. Never gonna get this code back again. I also, and this is just as bad. Hey, Nautic. Oh, sorry, man. I don't always notice the messages coming in. I am doing well, thank you. And you? Yeah, but what I was saying is, I didn't... Like, I have the Unity version control thing set up. It technically exists. It just... I haven't done anything. I haven't used it, like, since I set it up. Like, I started the project. I was like, yeah, I should totally get version control. Oh, Unity has version control. Let's use that. And then I proceeded to code for, 2 months or 3 or 4 months straight now, without ever committing any of that code using version control. That's kind of bad, right? Like, if anything happened to my computer, I would be in a bad way right now. You know what? Maybe we should, maybe before we continue, maybe we should get that working. Right? Okay, before we do, though, let's go see why we can allocate skill points if we have none. Right? That doesn't make any sense. So who does that? I think it's the character level up UI. So we do this, we update the skill points, so that works. And we update this right here. Oh, okay. And then I guess every time we do randomized upgrades, we might do it as well. Yeah, that's quite a That is quite a thing that I did there, but anyway. Okay, we decrement and then we say if it's equal to 0. Yeah, okay. If it's less than or equal to 0, so do we do this only when we are clicking skill points? I guess. Well, we shouldn't have the character level up screen appear at the start, but let's say you play around, one of your characters upgrade, but none of the other characters upgrade. This will work from on a character-to-character basis, actually. So we should actually do these two things from the start. Let's say when we start, so at start we should make the button icon false and put the no skills UI on, right? Just at the start. Okay. And then whenever we randomize upgrades, we should check if we still have skill points instead of when we do this. I think so. Because when you randomize, the upgrades will be randomized at the start, but also it should be randomized at the end of a level. Right, and as soon as you randomize, we can actually check. Okay, we can randomize them, but we should also then check if we should actually have any skill points. So you can do something like that. We can decrement the skill points there. Then when we randomize the upgrades, before we do anything, we can do this. Right, because we're running this anyway. Yeah, so we decrement the skill points, then we do randomize upgrades, which pretty much changes the skill points number. Asks whether or not we should actually show the skill points. We can also do else, I guess, to potentially do show them, right? And we make this true. We make this false. Okay, so the only reason I'm doing it here because you can imagine that if you end a wave and this screen pops up, the first thing you'll want to do is randomize your upgrades, right? And then when you randomize your upgrades, we also just, update the skill point text and change your, decide if we want to show or hide the skill points. Update stats text UI. Oh, apparently we do that. When do we call this actually? and 49 and 1. $59. Okay, so we call it there when we connect the character at the start. Okay, that's fine. So we should just have a way of updating this stuff also when we end a level. Yeah. So when a wave has ended and we increment. Okay, we'll figure that out now. Let's just see if the skill points are working correctly again. I think this is realistically all I needed to do. Oh, I wanted to use the version control thing, which I have really not used, so it might be a bit painful for those of you watching. I don't even know where the hell this window is. I'll have to go find the window. Okay, let's just go. That's not what I want to do. I wanted to fiddle with this, see if it breaks. Okay, no skill points left. Okay, so it immediately realized, listen, yeah, you can't do anything yet. So if we now take the ranger, oh jeez, I forgot I have 15 HP. Okay, but let's die quickly. Wait. Okay, game over works now. Okay, great stuff. Game over should not have worked there. Okay, so that's also an issue. Because it should have gone through the other characters and check if they are dead before it showed game over. Okay, we'll fix that now. Let's maybe get some stuff into my Unity version control. Let's just commit all my changes that I've made over the last hey, engineering love. Yeah, I'm probably gonna feel the same way about refactoring in a few. Okay, wait. Okay, cancel. Apparently I checked in all the changes. Now how do I commit them? Change sets, branches. Wait. Does check-in changes? Oh, this is my first check-in for 4 months. Check-in changes. Okay, it's doing something. This is... Yes, like, look at all these things. What? Are you telling me it needs to upload 1.6 gigabytes of changes? Holy moly. That's, quite a lot. Notification is this? Just some survey. Okay, well, I feel better that I've updated 1.6 gigabytes of game data. Now at least I won't lose everything, right? All my refactoring. Jeez, If I lost any of this, oh gee. Well, it wouldn't have just been the refactor. It would basically be all the game. Everything I've done in the last a few months, to say the least, would have been bad, real bad. Now I can sleep easy at night. I should do this like at the end of every stream, I think. Okay, well, oh. Okay. Why is this so weird? Why are these dates 2022? Oh, these are prefabs and stuff that I downloaded from somewhere that I was using for something. Yeah, it's other asset packs and stuff. Okay, I see. That's why it's so old. Okay. I'm gonna say that everything's backed up and I can continue with my work. Okay, so one of my characters died and it stopped the game. That's weird. That shouldn't happen. So apparently I've just created a bunch more bugs. Okay, so when somebody dies, right, we get the is dead is true. So are any characters still alive gets asked, right? So technically it should come here. And it should go through and be like, okay, for every character in our party members, get the character data, I guess, and then ask if game manager instance on character death true. Okay, so the character is not dead. And then we tell the game manager true. What does that mean? I can't remember. So if someone is still alive, so we get true, so we show character UI no new wave. Huh? I mean, that makes sense. Why the hell? Okay, so I probably got a false. Oh, wait a minute. I see what I did here. I see. Okay, so we call this, and we basically go through this. We call that, but we should break here or return or something like that, because otherwise this thing is just going to do that and then get out of there and then do false as well. It's doing everything. Okay, what if we just return? Okay, I'm going to do this differently. So this is going to be a Boolean, and we're just going to return true. Else, or return false if we get out of there. And our character is still alive. This is currently asked. Okay, so it's ran by this thing. So what we can do is we can do game game manager dot on death. Now instance, what am I doing? On character death, and we send them the boolean that this thing spits out. Right, so we on character death it, and we tell it, are any characters still alive? Now that should only return once, right? So it's going to go and get it true, and then that's it. Then we're going to get 2 trues and a false, and then, you know. Okay, cool. So that would fix that problem. I probably have a few other problems. Like, I can't remember all my problems anymore. Okay, let's just go to the game manager again. Okay, so it's also going to show the character select UI for a new wave. And that currently doesn't really do anything. It just switches off your UI. Yo. Okay, we'll think about that. And we'll come back to that. Okay, so what are the other things that we need to figure out here? So I think what we want to show, actually, if you think about it, is we want to show the character level up UI. No. The level prep UI, actually. Yeah, we don't have that as a UI that this thing can access. So level prep UI. Okay, so let's put that in there and give him access to the level prep UI, right? Because actually what we want to do over here, so let's see, we are referencing this in a few places. So the crocodile boss enemy makes you do this, and then the game manager. So the game manager only does this when somebody dies, right? So if one of your characters die, you get to select a different character, right? To continue to play with. Now, normally the level up and the character select UI was the same thing. In this case, though, we could rename this, because it's not the character select UI anymore, _ no new wave. It's actually going to be the show level prep UI, right? And basically what this is going to do for now is it's just going to level prep UI dot set active, and we make it true. And then we should be able to select a new character. That's all we should be able to do right now, and that's all we have to put in there. Okay. Now we don't calculate skill points in the progression manager anymore, so that's pointless. Okay, so this will also not give you the opportunity to level up your character, right? Because it's the level prep UI. We don't have the ability to level up at that over there. Also, character select UI. Okay, we can get rid of this as well. Update all stats UI. I don't think we need that either. Okay, so that's nice and compact, and I think that's all I realistically needed to do at the moment. Okay, and then the boss enemy would do the same thing. So every time it goes into a new phase, you get to select a new character and maybe make some other changes to your character potentially, right? Maybe I might not allow that, but for now, we'll do it that way. Okay, so let's go kill the ranger again and see if this is working. Okay, go to level prep, chicken, Robin Ranger. Oh no, I changed the health. Damn it. Well, let's try and play the game. Okay, now we don't get any skill points yet. No levels either. That's kind of weird. Okay, so let's think about what happens when we end the wave. So I think in the progression manager, no, it's not the progression manager, it's the game manager that does the enemy counter, right? And at some point, so let's see, when the enemies reach 0, we ask the game manager to show the character select UI and toggle pause. And I don't know if this update all stats UI. Maybe we still need to do that. But anyway, let's go to the game manager and check what it's doing. So this would be the show character select UI, and I should change that as well. So we calculate enemy spawn ratio. We show enemy camps. Character level up UI gets shown. We rebake our we rebake our meth. No, we rebake our mesh. Okay, so we go to the character level up UI to spend our skill points essentially. Okay, but just showing this UI is currently not doing too much for us. So let's think about that. Perhaps... Okay, so what we want is our character level up UI to get... we want to call randomize upgrades, I guess. At least, right? So we want to call randomize upgrades. That'll allow new upgrades to show, right? And then we should probably update more character stats UI as well. No, not necessarily. You should do that one. Update stat text UI. Yeah, so we need to update stat text and we need to randomize upgrades. Okay, so I think the way we're going to do that is with a event. Because if you think about this, if you remember, this script, this is a prefab, right? So we can't directly connect it to the game manager, but we can add listeners to the game manager. and then run a function here when there's an event. Okay. So we already have on wave timer reset, on final wave ended. So let's see, we have these. So on wave timer reset, let's see what that does. Okay, we invoke that at the start, that's okay. And when we reset the wave timer, we invoke it as well. And when do we reset the wave timer? Never. Well, that's good. I guess we reset the wave timer at start, right? So we do it then. And then we must reset it when we click some button. I must say, I'm not a fan of buttons at the moment. Because it's... I can't see who's... There are 0 references to this function, which is amazing to me, because that should be impossible. Like, something should be referencing this function, but otherwise, how the hell did we ever get to start anything? Okay, so let's go through our buttons. Yeah, that's very painful. Okay, so our good old character select menu, let's say, had a chicken night selection UI. And there was this button. Let's see. It did toggle on pause, reset wave timer. So this button did the reset wave timer. Which I'm going to be honest, not very happy that that was the case. So that must mean that the start next level does that as well. Potentially. So level prep UI start button. Yes. Okay, that makes sense at least. So that's when we reset the wave timer, but that's not quite what we want. Okay, so let's rename this to show character level up UI, because that is what it is doing currently, right? This is showing the level up UI. Okay. It's doing some other things in the background, but at least it's doing that. Now, as soon as it does that, and this is set to active, we also want it to have an event handler on... Is it just wave ended? If you think about it, like, or is it on show character level up UI? I think wave ended is more correct. Yeah, we'll just call it that. It's fine. Okay, and then over here we do on wave ended dot invoke this, and no arguments. It doesn't matter. We just want to know that it happened. And then in our character level up UI, what we can do at start, for instance, is the following. We can do game manager dot instance dot on wave ended plus equals there we go. We'll call this game manager underscore on wave ended. And basically what we want to do here is randomize our upgrades. And update this. Okay, I think that should do it for us. So we randomize the upgrades, which is good. Then we update stats text, which just gives us levels, skill points, and kill count. Yeah, I think that'll work fine. Whoops. Okay, let's give it a go. Let us give it a go. Let's see if this works out. Okay, so there shouldn't be any information there, but if we go to our level prep, get a character going. Okay, and let's just go end this wave. Nice and quick like. Okay, we got 5 levels because the balance is still a thing. Balance is still broken. Okay, look at that. So the Chicken Knight leveled up once. The Robin leveled up 5 times. And the Wizard leveled up once as well. Now currently we can still do this. We actually have armor there, seems like. Okay, I do want more stats here, like current health, etc. Yeah, so we should show that somewhere, I guess. Here, or actually on level prep, maybe. Yeah, maybe this is not... It's not that important that it shows here, right? Okay, but regardless, we can now see that we got some pretty terrible options for the knight. So we can just give him dodge chance, I guess. Okay, we have no more skill points left. Let's give the ranger attack speed. Wait, what did I just click? Ah, health regen. Okay. Movement speed. Max health. Critical chance. And attack speed. Okay, cool. So attack speed is 5 now. That's nice. And now the wizard gained... these are some terrible stats to choose from. But anyway. I guess we have some health regen on the wizard now. Okay, and now we can get another character going here. Yeah, we can start the next level. Oh, I just ended up selecting the same character. Okay. Okay, so our wave is resetting. Also need to see... Okay, let's just make sure we take some damage. Because she shouldn't be full health on the start of the wave every time, right? I actually have no idea how her health... If it is being reset and how that is being done. Okay, but we have some health lossage. Okay, come beat me up. Okay, we lost like quite a few HPs. Okay. Yeah, so our max health 195, but we should be like 140 something. Everybody gained 3 skill points this time, and we can see we got some good ones for the knight, I guess. Movement speed for the ranger, I'll take that. Did it update actually? I didn't even see. Armor, yes. Critical damage, let's go. And you know, dodge, trance, damage, max health. Okay. Go to level prep. Let's select the ranger again. So I think if we just select the ranger like this, we can actually check max health. It's kind of annoying that I can't see the current health. Okay, but if we start the level, yeah, I have 45. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, I think the progression still works correctly, so the guys are getting a bit more feisty. How did I just gain 2 levels already? Is the level up, is it really that broken? On wave 3, I'm level 10. Jeez, like how much experience did I just get? These guys are gonna kill me. I actually don't want to die right now. I wanted to check something. Okay, got it. Let's kill them before they kill me. I mean, it's a lot of frogs, but it's nothing the ranger can't handle. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's just give us some stuff and click some stuff there. Okay, go to level prep. Now, I should not have full HP, right? But I think if I do this and like I select a few other characters before I end up selecting the ranger, so I click through them like that. If I start the level now, I think she's going to be full HP. Yeah. So that's not correct, right? That's not what I wanted. Okay, so that's bad for very obvious reasons. Okay, another thing that's kind of annoying is the fact that I can't see the current health, because I could have maybe figured that out sooner. So if we go to character data, these properties, let's just make them serialized fields. Serialize field. Not like that, like that. Okay, so I can manipulate them if I want directly inside of the inspector. Okay, so let's see. Our current health is getting updated in 4 different places. So inside the character manager, when we get damaged, I believe that's when we, let's see. Okay, and then the player manager, I think this is where it happens. Inactive character data dot upgrade character data dictionary. Yeah. This is exactly where it's happening. So apply stats in active characters. So when does this happen? So We check if it's a new wave. And if it is a new wave, we update this and we apply the stats. When do we apply the stats? That might be part of the problem. Okay, we apply the stats every time we select a new character. Okay, so that's a problem. So we don't actually want that. I think... Yeah, so we can apply active character stats. Like movement and stuff like that. You know what? We could apply all of this once the wave starts, right? Yeah, like we can select the character, that's fine. Yeah, so we just do this. So not when activate selected character or hide the rest. Okay, so that's fine. That's one thing it does. But it then also applies the stats. Right, so we should apply character stats later or differently. So let's see, we get the game object for the character. Okay, that's fine. This one, we actually don't even need the game object. Yeah. You can just get the list like this. Yeah, okay, so we could just apply stats. We can do a public so basically when the game manager, let's go look at our game manager. Effectively what we want to do is not on show character level up necessarily. We want to do it on reset wave timer or on start. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to get rid of my button functionality. So this would be a public void apply character stats. Right, so we'll just do this. We don't need any information. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to run the apply active character. Right, and we're going to change this so that it gets the get selected character and get selected character data. Actually forgot that this is the thing. Get selected character. Let's see what this does. Oh, okay. It doesn't get the actors. Okay, that's not quite what I want. Okay, so let's just give it the selected character data. And what we can do here is we can just do the... let's actually cut, paste. So game object active character is equal to active character data dot game object. Right, so we just get the game object that this thing is attached to. We could just do it like... Okay, wait. How many times am I referencing this? Once. Okay, that's pointless then. So let's just do it like that. Delete you. Okay, so now we just give him... So we apply the character stats and we just give it the selected character data. And this thing is the same. Inactive character data. Okay, so let's just see. Apply. Stats. Inactive characters. Okay, get. Select. Get. Not selected character data list. Okay. So we get a list of data. So this thing should take a list. Which makes sense in my opinion. A list of type character data. Okay, we check if it's a new wave. And then if it is, we can do for each character data in inactive character data, which is a list. We can do character data dot current health. Did I mess something up? And this would be a character data list. Okay, so we just do it like that. Now, okay, so now we got a way to apply character stats publicly, and it's inside our player manager, which is in singleton, right? So we don't want this anymore because this messes things up. But we do set active and false and all that good stuff, and that's fine. That's not a problem. Okay, we get the selected character data, we get the list of all the other characters. Okay, that's good. Now, what I want to change is this start next level button, because it annoys me so much that I cannot see the references to things. So currently, okay, it's a button and it has this on-click event thing that does a few things, right? And that's cool, but it doesn't show me what it's referencing. So for instance, this function over here, reset wave timer, I don't know that it is coming from this button. I don't know that this button is trying to do something to it. So that's kind of very annoying to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a script and I'm going to call it the start next level button, right? And we're just going to create a new script called the start next level button. Create an add. Okay. It's compiling. Do your compiling thing. Okay, and now this thing will have a serialized field of type button, and it would just be the button, right? This is the script for this button, so it's not going to be okay. And so we plug that in, and now we just need a on start, let's say. We do button dot on click. Nah. Where did I do this again? I did a button thing to run a function. Wow. Do you have buttons? Doesn't seem like there are any buttons in the character level up UI. That doesn't make any sense. We have the text for buttons. Okay, here's the button. Oh, I just connected this straight to the button itself. Well, that is another way of doing this, right? But there is also a way to do it with the... where did I do this? I remember doing this... Did I do it here? Ah, yeah. Select character button, on click, add listener. And then it listens to... And then it runs that. Okay, cool. That's the way I did it that time. Okay, so start next level. We do on click dot add listener, and it needs a function, so we just do private void start next level. Okay, and we call the start next level over here. Okay, no need to do that. Okay, now this thing will do game manager dot instance dot reset wave timer. Then it'll do game manager dot instance manager dot instance dot... Okay, what's the other thing that it does? It also does toggle unpause. That's right. Toggle unpause. Then the other thing it does currently is sets the level prep UI active or inactive. You know what? Serialized field game object. Okay, so if I'm gonna if I want to be consistent with the thing I'm doing now, I'm gonna have to go back and change all my buttons to work with a little button script instead. I don't like what I'm doing currently, but anyway, I don't like the fact that that means a ton more refactoring. Okay, and the first thing maybe that we did here was we went to the player manager dot instance dot apply character stats, right? So when you click that button, that's when your character stats get applied, not before, because otherwise you could just spam click it, that's when it applies, right? That makes sense. Makes sense for it to apply then. Because you can be selecting characters all over the place. But yeah. Okay. And that should be it, right? So this button just kind of works now. Whoops. Well, it doesn't because I need to connect a few things still. Okay, but the first thing I'm going to do is just get rid of all this stuff. Go away. And now what I need is the button. I could even do this. Okay, and my level prep UI. There we go. So now this button should still work. And we should be able to get our stats applied without any funny business here. Okay, and the nice thing about this, the way of doing it this way, is if I go to my player manager and I'm like, hey, who's actually applying my character stats? I don't know, right? Because this keeps happening to me where I add them to the on-click events of buttons. Then when something doesn't work the right way or I want to change something later, I can't see this reference. I have no idea where this is being changed. But now I can see, oh, start next level button. Ah, that makes sense, right? The next level button is doing something. Okay, so when we do that, we apply all our character stats and everything is good. So now I shouldn't be able to make myself gain health by just clicking through the characters. Okay, so if you don't select a new character, it doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's start off with the owl, for instance. So here we go. Okay, great. We're getting some experience. Jeez, cooldown on this attack is ages. Does do 35 damage though. I mean, it's a bit of damage. Get dead. Okay. So we can upgrade this guy, upgrade that guy, go to level prep, and normally you'd be able to do this and then come back at full health. Right. But now if I click the wizard again, start, same health. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Let's try the other case. The other case being, what happens if I... let's go with the chicken. Let's start off. Oh, it's actually down here. Just want to see that the chicken actually gains health again when he rests. Jeez, like it. Okay, finally we did it. We've done it. What? We got him. Okay, so we just select some things for the chicken and this guy and this guy. Now, I did change it so we can look at this in the inspector, so we can actually click on the chicken and see current health 355, 175, and 300. Okay, so let's go to level prep. So you'll see if I click on the chicken, I click around, he doesn't actually gain his health back. But if I click on the Robin Ranger and I start the game with the Ranger, the chicken should now go back to full health, right? Yeah, so he does. So that's correct. That's That is what I wanted. Interestingly, though, the Robin, even though I gave her more health, is not back. Okay, so what happened here, I guess, because I'm pretty sure I didn't take 30 damage or whatever already. Okay, so it seems like when you level up the stat, it doesn't set your health to max. So let's think about how we can fix that. So, okay, let's actually finish the... I'm just playing. I need to go finish it. And then I can... I think I have an idea. So let's just get rid of... Come on. Okay, we got it. Get rid of the froggies. Okay. So here's the thing, right? The ranger stays selected. Why did... Ah, jeez. Okay, so there's another problem now. So, I mean, did the chicken not gain any levels in that round? I guess it's possible, hey? Yeah, for most of it, the... Yeah, okay. He gained experience, but for most of the level, the ranger wasn't a higher level than him, so yeah, it wouldn't have worked. Okay, but here's the thing. So, the ranger... If I give her more max health, but I use her again, she shouldn't gain her health back. If I give maximum health to anybody that was resting at the moment, their health should jump up to the maximum. Fortunately, while you're in this screen, you can see that the ranger is still the selected character, which means I should be able to do this without too much hassle. Okay, so we just... Right, I did not upgrade the health at this point. So, yeah, it's still 195. Okay, so basically what that means is what we can do at the... When we apply in... We can do apply inactive character stats. Something like that. Would it have been a new wave already? I think it is a new wave, right? So if we look at the game manager, it shows character level API. It does set new wave to true. Okay, that's good. So new wave gets set to true. And we basically want... Not when the new wave happens necessarily. Whenever we upgrade our characters, specifically the maximum health, we want to set their current health equal to the maximum health. Okay, this is actually not that straightforward, now that I think about this. So, in the future, I want there to be time associated with them regaining health. So, what I mean by that is, you shouldn't just get reset if you wait a wave. You should get like a multiplier for your health regen or something like that when you are sitting on the bench, right? So let's say you have 5 health regen during combat. When you are on the bench, it goes up to 25, right? 5x. Okay, that's cool. But what if, even though it's 5x, it might not be 5x, right? That's a balance problem. But even if it's 5x, what if you don't actually get to full health? In that scenario, if you upgrade your max health, I don't necessarily want to set it to max. So maybe we should increase your current health by the amount your max health has been increased whenever you update your maximum health. That makes more sense, right? So if you get, let's say you are at 50 HP out of 100, and you get a upgrade that gives you 30 additional maximum health, it'll take your 50 health and make it 80. I mean, it's not perfect in terms of percentages or anything like that, but it's simple enough, and I guess it makes sense that you should get the upgrade benefit immediately in some way. Even if it's just by increasing your current health by the same amount that your max health increased. Not in terms of percentage, just flat amount. Okay, that works for me. So now the question is, where the hell do we do that? So if we go to character data, right, and we look at current health, character level up, set dictionary values. That's just for the start, right? Okay, so where do we actually change the values in this dictionary? That's the question. So this upgrade character dictionary. So I'm guessing my character level up UI does that for me. So here, randomize upgrades. And then we do apply upgrade. And we apply the upgrade with a key. You know, how the hell did I do this? So random stats to upgrade. Okay, so it seems like every button, just like it. How the hell did I write this code? Anyway, so I make a dictionary, which is a dictionary of a tuple, which gives me a key, which is basically the button number. And then the tuple, which gives you the stat SO and the upgrade number. Right? Yes. That is exactly what I did. So for each button, we add a tuple at the index with key I, which is basically our button number. Let me update the text. So we give it an upgrade number. The upgrade number, we apparently just have a function for that. Okay, here we get our upgrade number 0, 1, or 2 based on percentages. That's great. So we get our upgrade number. Okay, then we apply the stat. Okay, so stats is a stat name, random stat to upgrade. And we have an upgrade amount. Okay, then we go stat name and upgrade amount. So we update our so what we can do here We can basically do an if stat name, right, equals stat so so dot stat name dot max health. Right, we should do character data dot current health plus equals upgrade amount. Right, because this just gives you the straight up the upgrade amount. That is a floating number, so we increase our current health by the upgrade amount as well. Damn. Okay, but that should work out. So now if we get a plus 30 health for our maximum health, it should also take our current health up by that same amount. Let's comment this. Increase current health by same amount as max health upgrade. Okay, so we can test this out, I guess. The only problem is we might not be lucky and get this as an option. Right, so let's see. Let's give the ranger 10 skill points. And let's play. So we should at least get some health upgrades if we have 30 potential options. Okay, apparently the skill points were reset or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I get it. Yeah, obviously I'm not supposed to be able to do that. But now I do get more skill points as I level up. I guess, oh yeah, on the first level it just sets it to nothing. Straight. Okay, and now I have 15 instead of the 5 I would have had. Okay, so let's look at the ranger. So max health is 175, current health 169. So we can actually see now that it works. So let's see if we can find health. So plus 30. So max health should go to 205, and our current health should go to 199. So if we click this, there we go, 199, 205. Fantastic. So it works perfectly. Works perfectly. As intended. Fantastic. Okay. So I don't think there's any funny business anymore, is there? Look, the whole health regen thing doesn't work, right? So that is a funny business. People just get reset to maximum health upon starting a new wave. And I don't want that. I want health regen to be a thing, right? So let's give it a go. Wait, is that it? Is that so we level up, we get skill points, we lose health. Does dying work? Oh, actually, I haven't tested that since I changed that bug, fixed that bug. Okay, so let's test that again. Let's give the ranger 15 max health, and you know what? Let's give the wizard like 30, so we can have multiple characters die. Okay, so we'll start with the ranger, have her die, have the the wizard die, and then use the chicken obviously to save the day. Let's just see if this works at all. It may not. Let's give it a try. Okay, so Robin, let's go. Let's go die in this level. Fortunately, there are a few frogs. Okay. Level prep UI was not assigned. Oh, I remember now. I didn't do that. Yeah. Level prep UI. It doesn't know what that is. There we go. That's what it is. Let's try again. Yeah, this is one of my favorite errors. Anyway, okay, go to level prep, Robin. Let's start. Apparently, they are down here this time. Are there at least a couple of frogs? Okay, yes. Okay, they got me. They got me. So if we click on the ranger character, we are currently at -1 HP. So if we click on the wizard, we start... Okay, so it incremented the wave number, I think. No, it didn't. Okay, so the wizard died at around 20 seconds. So now we... Okay. So yeah, so it works. So our waves don't reset. We get our characters back. Let's end the wave and let's see if they respawn. Actually, I don't think they can respawn. After saying that, I realized immediately that I don't think that code works. Okay, so they don't have skill points, but they're also dead. But we can just pick some random stuff. They don't really mean anything. Most of them don't mean anything. Some of them do, obviously. Okay, so I should not be able to select these. So I think that should be the next thing that I maybe work on. Is gray these out or something like that. Because the ranger still definitely has -1 HP. And the wizard as well. So I know that, so I'm not going to click those. And I'm going to start the next level. Let's look at the ranger. Current health, 15. Is dead wasn't fixed. But their health was fixed. Okay, fantastic. So they did revive instantly, which is maybe not what we want. So back in the day, when all of this was still done... Okay, they didn't actually revive, right? The is dead boolean is still ticked, so technically the game still thinks they are dead. But back in the day, our character scriptable object had some functionality in here somewhere. Okay, so if... Okay, yeah, so it set the dead. Made you dead. And there was also this respawn wave counter thing going on, which was basically us saying that, okay, look, you died, which means we're not going to do anything with your health or do a stat change, right? So if you are dead... then what we're going to do instead is we're going to decrement this or increment our respawn wave counter. And once that reaches some maximum, right? What we'll do in that case is we'll make you alive and we'll upgrade your health or increase your health. And we reset the wave counter. Right, so that's pretty much... Ooh, let me just reposition myself here. And that's pretty much it, right? And what that also meant is we could change our dead variable in some cases. Okay, so this would be done in character data this time. So I think we have the first part. Sort of. Interestingly, where do we check if our health is less than 0? Did we not check that somewhere? I think it was in the character manager, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we checked it here. If our health is greater than 0, cool, we can decrement it. If it's not, then we set is dead to true. That's right. Whoopsie. Okay. So we're doing things a little bit differently then. Okay, so we can do... yeah, we actually set it here as well, which is kind of pointless if we set it over the other place. Right. But I think it should be set here. Shouldn't it? It makes sense to me. I mean, it also kind of makes sense that the character manager can do it. But I mean, the character manager is already decrementing the health. So we can check. Yeah, we could just do this. That's fine. So we decrement the health by the damage amount. And then in our character data, we do that and we check if it's less than 0 and we set is dead to true, right? And then we invoke the fact that something changed. So our health changed and is dead became a thing now. Okay, that's fine. So now the next time we want to try and change our character health, it's going to be... When will that be? So that's going to be when we are trying to either upgrade the maximum health or when the game is trying to reset the health value of the character. Now, I don't want that. So, okay. So the first thing I want to do is if we are not dead, right? All of this can come into play, right? We do that, right? If we are not dead, fine, cool. Let all the health stuff happen. Right. But now, how do we revive? So we need to check for new waves to occur. Okay, so we could do this in 2 ways, I feel like. Okay, 2 things we can try. And maybe they both don't feel that good, but we can try them nonetheless. So the first thing I'm thinking about is that we say that your revive time is dependent on your health regen. So kind of like you have to, if you died, you gain your health will be regenerated over time, but you only get to play the character again when they reach maximum health. So when they are fully healed, that's when they essentially get revived, so to speak. Okay? And then you can play them again. Which means if you have a character with high health regen, they will revive quicker than a character with low health regen. Okay, I think that makes sense. Right? So rather than saying, look, you need to wait a whole round before your character gets to revive, it'll just depend on how quickly your health is regenerating. Now, that could be an issue because maybe your health regen is particularly slow, which means your character will take like 5 rounds to revive, or 5 levels, and that might feel pretty bad. Another way we could try it is have your character revive, let's say after 1 round, always, but they revive at 0 HP, and then health regen needs to obviously get them back up. Or you could use lifesteal, for instance, to get your health back up during the fight. I guess that could be kind of interesting, right? So you give people the ability, so let's say you revive, then you give them the ability to risk it, right? They'll be like, okay, my ranger died, I have no health regen. That means I do not heal when I'm sitting on the sidelines. So even though I revived, I'm not actually gaining health chilling on the sidelines. I'm going to risk it with the health regen. So you get up, you go into the battlefield with 1 HP, which is, all the HP you need. And then you fight to regain your health, instead of just passively waiting. That feels kind of fun, right? And like the knight could chill on the bench and regen health like that if they wanted to. Or you could also get items that, I guess, help you in some way, like give you faster health regen, or potentially insta-heal you to full or something like that. Okay, so I think, I've convinced myself. Game design's happening. The character revives after, let's say, 1 wave or 1 level, but they revive at exactly 1 HP. Okay, let's code. Okay, so we need a way to check how many levels the character has been dead for. So this might be simple, as simple as saying that, okay, cool, if is dead is set to true, we could check what wave number it is, right? And then we can then later check, we can then, every time a new wave starts, we can check if 1 wave has passed at least, to revive the character. So let's think about this. So when they died, so let's say they died on level 1. Okay, so you died. Oh my flippin'. Okay, dies on level 1. Okay, level 2 starts. But that shouldn't be when you revive. You should be able to revive at the end on level 3. So play again on level 3, essentially, is what I'm saying. Okay, so we can store this value. And then when wave 3 starts, because remember, if we go back to our game manager, wave show character level up UI is essentially when the wave gets incremented. So you died on wave 1. At the end of that wave, it increments to 2, but that shouldn't revive you. So we revive on 3, so when this incremented to 3. Or we could check it before it increments. That's also a possibility. So we could stick in a function over there to do it before it increments, or we can do it afterwards, after it incremented. Okay, I like that. I like that idea. Now we just need to figure out how we can do this. Okay, so the game manager obviously has It's a singleton, so we can connect it to the game manager. Connect it to an event, perhaps. And you know what? We have an event already. Right here, there's an event. On wave ended. So we can do it after we increment, I think, then fine. So the on wave ended event is evoked every time we do this. So let's go to our character data. Do we actually listen to this already? Doesn't seem like we do. Yeah, no, we don't. I wonder who listens to this. On wave ended. Something needs to know about when the wave ended. I remember putting this in here, but I can't remember where I'm listening to it anymore. So this is my other problem with events. It's like who's listening to this event? There's probably a way to figure out where the listeners are. Isn't there? I think it's my UI or something. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's this thing. Yeah, it's this thing. On wave ended. The character level up UI. There's a need to randomize the stats and the upgrades. And you see, this is now funny because I remember it now, but give me a week, I'll forget it anyway. So, you know. Okay, but we can go in the character data. And we can in start. So we have a wake there. Do we have a start function? Not quite. So we can do game manager dot instance dot on wave ended. We'll just call this game manager. On wave ended. And what do we do when we end a wave? So most of the time, I guess we don't do anything. Right, yeah, ending a wave for 99% of the time doesn't actually affect our stats. Unless you are dead. So, let's go. If is dead. Return. Why would we do that? Okay, so if the character is dead, we want to increment our respawn. So let's see here. What did I name these? I think it was something dumb. Respawn wave counter and respawn wave counter max. Copy. Paste. Respawn wave counter. Respawn wave counter max. Okay, so this will just happen. Does it have to be public? I don't think so. I know, who needs to know about this thing? It can be private. Right, it's just going to be a number that goes up. Right. Okay, if we are dead and we ended a wave. No, actually, we don't have to do it this way. Okay. We're gonna do it differently. We're gonna do private wave. This is just an int. Died on wave. Died on wave. So basically, when we set is dead is true, we want to know what the wave number was and set died on wave to that number. Okay, does the character manager give us this no, not that one, the game manager, can we get the wave number? Is it something that it allows us to see? So we could get, no, not wave time, a wave number. Okay, get wave number. I think we can access it like that. Okay. Okay, so when we died, we can do died on wave equals get game manager dot instance dot get wave number. So we will get the wave number and set died on wave equal to that. Now, if we are dead, what we can do then is we can do a little bit arithmetic. And we can ask, okay, are we dead? Yes, we are. And then we can also say if the current wave number, which would now be incremented twice, right, minus died on wave. Okay. So we're basically getting our current wave number. So it's the so I guess it should be 2, right? Because we're gonna get this on wave ended thing after we've incremented our wave number, which would mean that if we want to be alive on wave 3, this should be 2, right? Because then it's 3 minus 1 gives you greater than or equal to 2. Okay, so if this is greater than or equal to 2, we set is dead equals to false, and we change our health current health equals 1. Right, I'm just going to see, so we make it false, so we can change it. We change it to the value of 1, and then we invoke it for some reason, just so everybody knows that, look, we are live again. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, beautiful. I think this will work very nicely. Okay, so this number, we might want to make this something that we can tweak. So maybe we make this a serialize. Gee, was serialize. Wait, where is my hands not on? Serialize field. Respawn wave number, respawn wave amount, something like this. It's an integer as well. Okay, so we just maybe plug that into there instead. So we know that, after how many ways do we respawn, basically. Something like that. Do I want to do it that way though? I don't actually know. Okay, let's set it equal to 2 for now, and then I can change it if I really wanted to. Okay, but for now, this should work. So we could go test it out. So if we kill a character on wave 1, wave 2 we shouldn't have access to them. Wave 3 they should revive, but have 1 HP. And then you can do 2 things. You can either just wait another wave, while they regen health passively, you can use an item that regains health, heals them, like a healing potion or something like that. Or you can run out and risk it, right, with 1 HP. Because you have some character with a ridiculously high life steal build, for instance. Okay, let's see if that works. Is there anything I forgot to plug in somewhere? I don't know. Let's try it. Okay, I already see respawn wave amount is 0. Maybe that's a problem. I thought it would set to 1 though. Right? Because it is serialized. But I did... Oh, geez. It's not even private or anything. What the hell am I doing here? Okay, stop. Whoops. Private. Int. Save. Okay, so if I go to any other character's character data, I hope it says 2 here. By default, right? Just says nothing. So will it change it to 0 now? Or will it be 2? I have no idea how this works. I thought if you type something in there from the start, it works. Okay, but maybe it doesn't. What if we go into the character? Oh, there it's 2. Okay. If we apply this, now it would have applied it through to here. Okay, let's make it 2 there. It's 2. Okay, let's play and see if it works. Okay, go to level prep, select the ranger. She's nice and easy to kill. Damn. Now they can't reach you if you just move a little bit to the side. Oh no, I've died, right? Oh wait, I didn't make it so that this goes away. Okay, anyway. And this shouldn't say start next level, but it does for now. I guess. Okay, you have 30 HP, which is a little bit more. Let's see if we can get some more backs into this. Okay, we've died with the chicken. The wizard. So let's just take the chicken. I should have done this differently because now the chicken needs to do all the work and he's kind of slow and doesn't do a lot of damage. So this is going to take a while. Okay, let's just get them out of this building because I can't see into the building. Wow, there's a lot of them. Okay, apparently he dodged me. Oh, come on. Okay, so they still gain some skills. Okay, let's just click on one of them. Let's see. Are you dead? No, you are not dead. Damn it, man. Why not? What? Okay, the wizard is dead, but the ranger's not dead. And your health was set to 2 already. Why would that have happened? Unless the 0... Ach, yes. Yeah, she respawns in 0 waves. Okay. Okay, let's just go change that to 2. 2, 2, 2. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna give the knight 5 HP, the Robin 175 with 55 damage. So the Robin can do the running around. And let's actually give the wizard like 5 HP as well. I just want them to die quick, so I can test this. Okay, go to level prep. Okay, so the chicken, start level. Die quickly. Wow, that was a record kill. Okay, wizard, start level. Wow, the bomb didn't even reach us. Okay, Robin, save the day. Okay, so now, geez, like, okay. These are now super ballista arrows, because she does 55 damage. But the damage was basically just to one-shot totems real quick. I was already one-shotting the frogs and the lizards, so that wasn't the problem. Okay, cool. So they didn't get any skill points because they are dead, right? They also didn't kill anything, so they couldn't have leveled up. Okay, we can we could actually show this again. So our max health is 175, our current health 165. If we show more stats for the ranger, we click max health. Our current health went up by 20, and our maximum health, as you can see, went up by 20. So that's good. That works nicely. Okay, I don't really care about the other stuff. So go to level prep. Now we can't see this, but they are technically still dead, right? So both of them are dead. Current health -1, current health 0. So the game will allow us to click on them now because obviously I haven't grayed out their select buttons. But okay, let's just go with the ranger and let's see if they revive the way they should. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Such a good character, this one. Completely overpowered. Okay, great stuff. So they don't have any skill points, but they should now show alive already. Yeah, so they are not dead. Their health was set to 1. Yeah, for both of them. Okay, what that means is if we go to level prep, we can take out the owl, start the level with 1 HP. Now, will we survive? Probably not, because lifesteal's not a thing, HP regen is not a thing. Right, I still need to go and make all the other stats work. Die! What the hell? Okay. Okay, and apparently attack speed is also not a thing for no! Ah, they got me. Okay, let's take the chicken. Oh, the chicken actually healed further. Okay, so that's wrong. That's because I still do the healing wrong. Okay. So the chicken healed further because when I selected the wizard, the start next level button obviously had that function that it ran that basically does you know, a couple of things, but it applies the character stats, right? And apply character stats also takes the inactive characters and it just makes their health full. Okay, so let's no, you know what we should do is first fix the UI so that when a character is dead, you can't select them. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do now. So let's go look at our UI just to get an idea of what we are working with here. So this would be level prep UI. So we have the select character button, and we have each of the buttons, right? So the buttons themselves, I don't think they're very clever. No, apparently they are very clever. They have a whole script attached to them. Okay, what do you do in this whole script that you have? Okay, so we have a listener. Okay, at start we have some color, etc., etc. Okay, so we connect the character data. Oh, okay, yes, because we changed the name and the color and set connected to true, etc., etc. Okay, so since we have a reference to the character data, would it be sensible to say, okay, so we need a function to change the button appearance when the character is dead, right? Now we are connected to the character and the scriptable object for some reason. I don't actually know why we are. Yeah, we actually do. Oh, we get it for the colors and stuff. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so we have the pressed and disabled colors. I actually think... What other colors do we have? So disabled color is currently the color it's using when you click on it, right? Or we need the selected color, maybe. Yeah, actually, we should make it the selected color, and then the disabled color should be something else. Yay. Okay, so Y. Oh, we make interactable equals false. Maybe we don't have to do that. Hey, Push Toy. How's it going? How do I store my character attributes? Currently... Okay, so this has evolved over time, but currently I have a character data class, right? Monobehavior class. And then inside this, I have all my data for the character. Now, this is a multifaceted, multi-level thing. So this is not technically how I store them. This is just how I set them to start with. How I store them is in a dictionary of scriptable objects. So if I want to show you that, yeah. So you'll see here we have, and I can do this for you if you want to see. So we have a bunch of stat scriptable objects, right? So each of these are a different stat, right? And each stat has a couple of things going for it in terms of, you know, a description, etc., etc. Right? And your character obviously has these stats. I also have a list of all the stats that your character has, so that I can expand or whatever on this if I want to in the future. Now, from here, I actually create inside my character data script class these values are to set it in inspector so that I can just initialize the characters at something, and so it's easy to balance or whatever. But from here, what I do is I create a dictionary and I actually plug in into the dictionary. I plug in the damage number into the actual stat name, right? For instance, so the stat name is now enum that is defined inside of our scriptable object, and then I set that enum or that key. I use it as a key and I set the value, right? So now all my stats have key value pairs, and the key is always an enum, right? So I don't have to remember how to spell things. Yeah, the dictionary. Yeah, so here's the dictionary. It's a stat name, which is an enum, which is defined in my stat scriptable object, and a float, exactly. And this just makes it nice for me. So now I can just reference that. I can get this dictionary, give it the stat name as an enum, and then change the value to whatever I want it to be. So this is only done once, right in the start, because I don't have Odin Inspector and all those things, so I can't make the dictionary serializable, so I can't see it in the inspector. So I did this so that I can change the values inside of my dictionary to start with. So if you have Odin Inspector, I think you can make dictionaries serializable, which would mean that you don't even have to do all this nonsense. You can just straight up create your dictionary and then assign the values inside the inspector, and then obviously update them in code, right? But at least to start with, when you're balancing characters and stuff like that, you can do it this way. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Nah, no problem, man. Yeah, so that's how I do it now. You don't want to know what I did in the beginning. I just tossed everything into a scriptable object. And then it didn't work because obviously scriptable objects don't persist the same way as other things like monobehavior scripts. So what ended up happening is I had to copy the scriptable objects every time you change scenes in the game, just so that you get a fresh scriptable object. It was a nightmare. You shouldn't do it that way. But yeah, I learned and I improved the system. Yeah, they should just be a setup, like a template thing or a setup thing or whatever, and then you don't change it afterwards during runtime, basically. Okay, so what I wanted to see here is, do we have select character button dot on select? Is this? Huh. Okay, now that doesn't work. Okay, so let's just see what this does. Select character button that on select. What is on select? I don't understand what on select. So it's an event. So we just do on select and then something like that. And then we do on select button click as our function that we run. On select button click. Okay, so we just need event data. Yeah, okay. No, I don't know how a selectable button works. Yeah, so how do we make a button that is selectable? I've never done this. So we have a selected color over here. Hey, Mr. Human Limits YouTube. How's it going? How's it going? We have on click. Whoops. Can we do a select character button dot I mean, there is a on select function here. I don't know. Let's ask Google. I haven't done a select button. Select toggle button Unity. Okay, so I mean, I can make a toggle button. That's not the problem. Okay, wait. Button dot on select Unity. I want to know what this does in us. Yes. Oh, UI dot selectable. Okay. Public void on select. Whoa. Wait, go to current void. What? Why am I in? On select. Okay, let's look for button. Okay, button dot button. Button clickable, clicked. Okay, let's look at everything that the button does. I am good, thank you, Mr. Human Wits. I am good. Yeah, no. I totally get it. Totally get it. It's not the greatest form of but entertainment watching somebody create UI. One day we can get back to gameplay, and I'm kind of getting there. I just need some minor UI things to work correctly. Okay, clickable. Okay, so let's see. So clickable is clicked on click. How does this work? Actually, I didn't know this one was a thing. So button dot clicked plus equal on click. Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, what properties do we have? So there should be color here, right? So how do we change the color? Clear, binding, clear. Blur, focus, children. So what do I currently do? I think I currently go here and I just make interactable equals false. Now when you change interactable to false, it also changes the color. Why can't I find... What? This is a button. Am I not using a normal button? It's entirely possible. What kind of button are you? Yeah, interactable. It just says... Ah, geez. Why am I... Ah, gee, fighting UI. Okay, so but we have a button on... Okay, select character button dot collect. See, I don't even have this option. What does this do? Dot select. Wait, what does that do? Okay, wait, let's do that. Okay, let's not make it false. Let's just do dot select. I have no idea what that does. That's now... That might be exactly what I need. So when you click it, you select it. Right? Selected color. So maybe it changes color to white. Okay, so let's try. So now we don't disable it necessarily. We just select the button. Go to level prep. Okay, the selected color is not very different from... Okay, let's change... Okay, the chicken night. Let's change the selected color to something I can clearly see. Ah. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Okay, so we do a select. Okay, is there another select character button dot unselect? Okay, there's on select, on deselect. Okay, wait. Let's try and get rid of all of this. Whoops. Whoops. Like that, right? So now we just do select, and you know what I'm gonna do? Not disabled color. Select color. So we make the select color this red. Pressed and select. Pressed color is kind of pointless, to be honest. But let's see if this does anything. And then we can do the disable color as well when we are dead, right? This is the whole point. We want a separate color for when the guy is dead. Okay, so now that works. So we click on this one. Fantastic. So it knows that these are selectable buttons. Okay. That is amazing. Now, if I click this one, it's going to break. As I thought. Okay, that's perfect. So now we can make them... Now we can disable them as well. Fantastic. Okay, so let's... Okay, so all of this works perfectly. Okay, on select character button click. We change the selected character and we select the button. Okay, fantastic. Now, what we should do somehow is check which characters are dead or alive and then activate or deactivate that button. So, thinking about this, how would we do this? So this happens once, that's just connecting. So it's connected. Then we can select, and that's fine. We want to disable a button that the character is dead for. So we could use character data to have an event when characters are die or revive. Right, and I think I'm just repositioning myself here. I think this is something I did before where I had, so in my character scriptable object, which was the bad way of doing it, I had this. We had an on character death event occur. And depending on whether or not the character was dead or alive, it would actually then do the thing it needed to do. So we could do that every time the character dead state changes. We could have an event fire, and we can have the button listen to the event and be like, oh, okay, he's dead, switch off. Oh, he's alive again, switch on. Yeah, let's do it that way. That's the way I did it previously, and I think it worked fine. Yeah, so in character data, is dead. Where is dead even? Oh yeah, here it is. Boolean is dead. Okay. And it is a public bool. So we want to make this a property instead. Okay, so we want to give it a property so that we can do stuff when it changes. So we'll do all of this. Let's add the property first, I think. So public, why am I sitting so squiff? Oh, it's because my mic is dragging me that way. Public bool is dead. Right, and inside there's get and set. Okay, so that's normal. And for get we... Okay, so now that's a thing, and we change this to m underscore is dead, and we make it serialized and private instead. Right, the property is fine, and then we can just do return m underscore is dead. So that's fine. So whenever we want to know if we are dead, we just ask. Okay, so the first thing we do here is we say m equals dead is the value. Okay, and then we want to have a event fire Now we could do an on character data changed event that will notify few places. Yeah, we could fire this event and then just look for the is dead boolean, I guess, when the character dies. Or gets revived, for that matter. So, I mean, normally what we do... Okay, so normally when we revive the character, we change the current health to 1 anyway. Yeah, I mean, the button doesn't have to know every time you change your health. Right? So we don't want that event here. Yeah, if we connect the character data changed to the button, it's gonna get an event every time anything happens. Even though the event might not be relevant. Okay, so what we can do instead is we can have a new one, although does that really make a difference? I'm just thinking, like, I don't completely understand how resource intensive things that happen are. So is it okay for there to be more listeners for this event? Right? And in the sense that, okay, cool, we get an event. There's currently 4 things listening to this event, let's say. If I add each of the buttons, is that bad? Even though most of this information is not useful to the button at all. Right, and I fire this event when a character dies as well. So we tell the game, listen, the character just died. And in that case, we also want to know when he revives, though. But we'll know that, actually, because this fires every single time. This fires when he dies, and it fires when he becomes alive again. So technically, we don't need this to happen. Yeah, so what's more resource intensive? Adding a new type of event that can fire, or just using this event over and over again? Because this is technically, you know what, I'm gonna do use this event over and over again for now. Now I might be bad. This might be bad. This might be not the good way of doing this, but I'm gonna do that. Okay, so character select button. Yeah. Forgot where the script was. Yeah, so since we are connected to our character data, what we can do then is we can say character data dot on character data change plus equal character data on character data changed. Right, and basically all we have to do here is ask it if e dot is dead, so if the character is dead, don't return. We make the button so we do select character button dot interactable is false because you're dead. Else, if, yeah, we might as well. If you are not dead, select character button dot interactable equals true. Okay, so then anytime I don't like this at all. Because now what actually will happen is every time a stat change occurs, that information will get sent to this button, and the button will decide whether or not it needs to be on or off. Right? And that feels terrible because it's like, you know, why? Why are we doing this? Okay, you know what? Let's not do it that way. Let's go to character data and let's create that new event. I convinced myself. So public event handler. And this is just on death. On dead changed. On dead changed, right? The dead thing changed, right? And then over here we'll just on dead changed invoke this, and we just send it nothing, right? We don't need event args. Is this good? Who knows? But anyway, now all we could do instead is if we go to our select button. There we go. So we don't actually listen to this event, but rather on dead changed. Okay, and then we rename. Whoop. What? Cannot rename this element? Okay, you know what? We'll delete that now. Let's just character data dot on dead changed plus equals, yep, just create a new one, and we basically do this. But we have the character data, so we could just do character data instead of character data dot is dead. Right, we just check. We have the character data reference already, so we might as well just go to the character data and ask, hey, are you actually dead? I noticed something changed. What did it change to? Did you die? Okay, fine. We switch off the button. Did you revive? Oh, okay, cool. We'll switch on the button. Okay, so this will only then happen when the character undergoes a state change of this nature. Okay, cool. I think that's good. Okay, before we test, I need to go use the restroom, so I'll be back in a minute. Give me a minute or two. Let me just throw up the screen over here. And wait, what else do I need to do? Oh, I need to switch myself off. Mute the mic. Okay, be right back. I have returned. Okay. Let's get all my stuff going. Whoopsie, what the hell am I doing? No. That one. Okay. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Can I test it? I think I can test it. Right, so I want to see the buttons be disabled when we die, right? We also... Okay, it's still just a basic color tint button. Maybe we change that, but let's just see if it works at least. I'm not too concerned about colors and stuff right now. In the future, you know, we might not do this with the tint. Maybe we have nice graphics, for instance, that show this. Okay, so who dies easy? I think the wizard currently has very little HP. Okay, so we start the level. We get smacked. Okay, cool. It's deactivated, so I can't select it, but I can still toggle between these two. Okay, then we start with the chicken. It's like, I'm putting up a fight. Oh, damn, I got... Okay, so both these disabled. Only the ranger left. Okay, let's just see if they revive correctly. Oh, he probably gained a skill point before he died. Okay. So he went up a level. So we can... That's fine, let's give him something. Go to level prep. So both of these are still not available. Okay, I saw something funny happen now for a minute there. Let me go check that quickly. I don't think it's a big problem. I think the button changed. Okay, where's this totem? Oh, come on. Okay, so only the ranger gained levels because these two were dead at the time. But they should have revived now. Go to level prep, yeah. So we have all of them available again. I think if you click and hold, it unselects. Okay, because this is technically selectable as well. Can we change that? It doesn't make a difference because if you select, right, it'll start the level immediately. So, but it does pick it up as selectable as well. Is there some way to make a button not selectable? I don't know. Let's see if we can figure it out. So, so we can make button dot find selectable. So it doesn't seem like I can make it unselectable. Okay. So all buttons are selectable, technically. On deselect. just have it do something on deselect, I guess. Or we could on select. What can we do? What can we do here? No idea. So there is interactable one. That's not. So the way I understand this, right, is you have, unless all buttons are just always selectable. But if you look at what it does, right, this guy, right, you can select one, and if I click on this, but I don't finish my click, so I click and drag away, it deselects these ones because it's also selectable. So it will unselect my owl wizard, for instance. Now it doesn't actually change the selection. This is still selected, but it's just kind of interesting. Visually, it does something. You know, it changes, it unhighlights, because this one now becomes the selected button. And I can even visualize this. So if I make the selected color something that's, you know, more obvious, you can see. I click there. Oh, actually, if I click anywhere, that's not the button. That's not great. I don't want that to happen. So how does that work? Yeah, if I click there, if I click anywhere, it deselects. Because in the future, I want more buttons and stuff here, right? And I don't want I want it to stay highlighted. I thought it would stay highlighted. Or just, you know, the color would be changed. Is there something with no, there's nothing here with the... Like, I could obviously change this in code. Like, that's not a problem. I could just change it in code if I wanted. So that it's clear that, you know, this button is selected or that one or whatever. So I don't use the on select. Yeah, I mean, I could just make it in code. Because in the future, maybe I even want to do something like, instead of a color tint, I want a sprite swap, for instance. Maybe I make the button look like something else. And then I have all these different sprites. Oh, this is interesting, actually. Yeah, so that button doesn't do anything now because there's no other images. But you can now imagine that track groups. Is it okay? So is there such a thing as a group of buttons? So does it know which button group this is? So if it would only be like all the buttons that are children of the select character button holder would work together with the whole selectable thing. Not by default. For Pete's sake. Well, in that case, I'm not doing it. No, so what I'm actually thinking is then... what am I thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah. Oh, okay, so it inherits from selectable. I see. So that would be this button component, right? So what happens if I edit script of button component? Oh. Okay. Okay. This seems like a lot to go and learn. Let's just close that. Okay. So how would I solve this problem? So let's say in the future we don't just tint these buttons. We maybe do a sprite swap or an animation. Oh, geez, if you do an animation. Animations would be very difficult to work with. Sprite swaps. Rest sprite. Selected sprite. Or a disabled sprite. Yeah, so okay. I know that as soon as you toggle interactable on or off, it'll change the color to the disabled color. Okay, so that's fine. Now, what I'm thinking is, what if I just change the image? I could do that, right, in code. Instead of it having... So let's say in code, when you select the chicken knight, instead of even doing like the whole sprite swap thing, because I don't know how that would work, I could literally just go and change the sprite of the image. Right, I can be like, oh, cool, you selected the chicken knight. Bam. There's your new button. You know, or bam, or whatever. I mean, it looks terrible, but anyway. Right, I could do something like that. If the sprite swap selectable thing is going to bug me with the whole, if you unclick it, it disappears. That's very annoying. That's a very weird behavior. It's like, I want it actually to be a toggle button. Actually, now to think about this. So, what does this mean that my character select button, this select thing that I do here, doesn't even mean anything, right? And I don't actually need that code because it's the button itself knows how to handle being selected already. Okay, So my only problem is I don't know how to. So that's fine. If we need to code that, that's not a problem necessarily. My problem is I have no way of, like. Okay, wait. Let's. Yeah, okay. So selecting it still changes the color because it knows it's been selected. It's the last thing that was clicked. Okay, so that's okay. So we should basically make a custom function that only unselects when some other selection is made. So what that means is we need to not maybe edit the script. What does properties mean? Oh, that's just the same window in a different thing. So I suppose it's like this one. It inherits from, so button inherits from selectable. How do I know? How do I check what that means? Tan button sends an event when clicked. Okay, so let's see. On click, we have a new button click event. Okay, like we don't change any of this, I suppose. So it's a UI element that can be selected. So I'm thinking then, for instance, you see, and this was kind of what I was thinking, is that if we are here, the background currently can be selected, I guess. Right, so image, if we look at the script for image, is it selectable? Doesn't seem to be. So button is selectable. So what would make sense to me is that if you select something, only when you click another thing that is selectable, do you lose the selection, right? So what other thing in my UI is selectable? Right, if you look at this UI, so it's, okay, that's nothing. Is the canvas renderer selectable? Surely it's not. It doesn't even have a script approach attached to it. This is a background image selectable. Raycast target. Oh. Does that mean it's selectable? So I'm assuming it's the raycast from the mouse pointer, right? So would that mean now that the background is not selectable? Because that was the only other thing that was hovering around here that could have been selected, right? So it's still unselecting, even though the raycast target is off. Interesting. So it's basically listening to button clicks, I would guess. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's how it unselects and reselects something else. Yeah, so it's always on any click happening, it happens. Yeah, so I mean I can code this to be custom. The thing is just though I'm gonna have to then change something that's not the selected color. I cannot use selected color when I do this. Whoa. Wait, what was that? Just showed up there. Oh, it's checking. Oh, this is for... what is this for? I've seen this before. I think this is when you have controller support. So when you have a controller, obviously you need to know when you press the up arrow or whatever, which menu to move to. So any one of these buttons know how to... where it can move to. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. So that it should... there should be a way. The click shouldn't have to do this. It might be... might be that I have to Google this. Let's... let's give Google a good old try. On... mouse click removes selection button Unity. Mouse click deselect UI buttons. Yeah, clicking anywhere deselects on the... okay. Bump for visibility. Could you keep track of current selection? Let's see what these guys are saying. Okay. So it literally just listens to events and specifically... yeah, if we selected nothing, just select the last selected thing. And else, our last selected is the new selected game object. Okay, apparently. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to play with the event system. I'm going to code a good old-fashioned piece of code that just changes this encode, and I'm just going to ignore the fact that the buttons exist. I think. Right. So as soon as you click the button, I'm just going to change all the colors or something like that, right? I'll figure it out. And they can only go back once you unclick them. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I did something like this previously, actually. Okay. So basically what I did was I made them interactable or not. But instead of that, what I'm actually going to use this for... So yeah, so I already have my button holder, and I went through the buttons and I changed things with the buttons. Right, so we can have a color block, and let's call it default. Wait. Whoa, what did I just do? So we'll have a default color block, and then we'll have a selected color block. So color block. I should make these private, right? Default. Wait. Is a color block not... Can you not make a color block default private? Oh, wait, that's not how you do it. You do it private, color block. Oh, yes, like it. Okay, so we have default colors. So what we can do is when we start the game, we can make default colors. We can make that equal to the select character button dot colors. Right, these will be those shades of gray and white. Okay, so we just set those so that we don't mess anything up. Now, colors, that's the one I'm going to edit. Right, and what I can do is kind of the following. So I can have the pressed color, the selected color, and even the colors dot normal color equal to our character color. What else can I change? Selected color, disabled color, normal color, pressed color. Okay, so disabled color, I don't actually need to change that one. Yeah. So let's just do it like that. So I change all the colors in this color block. Okay, fantastic. And I set the button colors to that color block. On connected. Do I have to do that though? At that point? I don't think so. So we don't do it there, but they are ready. So what we can do now is, instead of just setting interactable false, what we can do instead is go and say colors equals colors. Colors equals to colors. So basically I take the button and I take the color block and I set it to my edited color block. Okay. And I can only set it back to the default color block over here. And this turned out to be a much easier solution than whatever the hell my mind was cooking up a minute ago. So selected colors. Okay, no. Okay, so let's think about this. We're looping through the buttons. And for each button, we don't change interactable. We just change colors equals to default colors. Okay, so basically, we select one. Okay, we select a character. That button that we just clicked will become the funny colors. The other colors, the other buttons will all go back to default colors, which means you wouldn't notice that they've been selected. And this can only happen when you click on a button. And when a character is dead, regardless of whether it is a default color or a character color, it'll show the same color because I don't override or change that color. I think I have solved UI. Now, how this would look on a controller might be interesting. But let's see. Like if you select or hover, I think the hover color might, actually don't know what the hover color is going to do. So we don't have a hover color. No, we do. It's very subtle, actually. So we click on the ranger. We click anywhere else. It's like, no, you still have the ranger selected. Okay, fine. We click on the chicken knight. Click on the ranger. Click on the owl. Click anywhere else. Doesn't do anything. Click on start. Doesn't do anything. Code is such a great thing. And it wasn't even hard. I had this code 90% done already. I just, I had to fiddle with stuff that I didn't have to fiddle with. Okay, but there we go. Problem solved, right? So when you click on this, it changes the color. When you click away, it just goes back to normal. But you can see the highlighted color is still something else. But highlighting doesn't work when you are already selected. The others will highlight. And what we can do, just to make it more obvious that highlighting works, is let's just make highlight terrible, right? So, oh wait, oh, it's a tint, that's why. Oh, for shit's sake. So if you click away, even though the UI, so if I click away, the button knows it's not selected, so my hack with a highlighted color doesn't actually work. Okay, that's bad. It's not the end of the world, but it looks kind of silly. So let's go colors dot highlighted color equals the character color as well. So now you can't see that it's highlighted. I wonder if I can edit this character color slightly. What if I do colors dot highlighted color dot A, which would be the alpha value, and make it 100. Does this work? This color is a color. Yeah, so this is a color, and that is a color. How can we not just set the? Okay, we can. Color red, new color. So we can do that, for instance, and then change the alpha value. Let's try that. It's going to be a little bit more elegant, right? Okay, we can close this. So what if we don't do it like that, but we do new color, and then we do character. So we need RGB and then alpha. So what if we do character? Geez. SO dot character color. Oh, come on. Could we do .r? Yes, we can. So we get the RGB values for all of these. And then in the last one, we just make it 0.5. Right, it's just a float. So we reconstruct it just so we can flip and change the alpha value. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Can't we just do character SO dot color dot A. Okay, so we can't really access specific values like we do with X, Y, and Z. So normally with X, Y, and Z, I do that. where I have a... So we're basically doing this. Oh, it's fine, right? It'll work, hopefully. Okay, so let's see if we play it this time, if the UI plays ball. Okay, Robin Ranger, and if I highlight over the rock... Okay, if I click outside and I highlight again... Actually, do I want that to happen? Because it's the same problem, it's just less severe, right? But I am technically changing the alpha value. Maybe I just don't want it to highlight itself again because it's already selected. Like, why re-highlight something that's selected already? Yeah. Okay. So I kind of did all this for nothing. That's okay. Okay, so now the highlighted color also doesn't do anything anymore. Fantastic. We could change the highlight color for the... Yeah, what if we do default colors dot highlight color? We make that equal to this. And we just set it to... default colors just to start off with. I think that'll look nice. Let's have a go. I'm just messing around with UI for the last hour. And I don't really know why. Okay, so the highlighting doesn't work. Oh, okay. I got a bunch of reference exception errors now. Oh, I can't set this here. I need to set it here. And then I need to select it, character button dot colors. Need to set that here as well. After we connect the character data. How's the buttons going? It's going fantastically. Look at this. I think I fixed all the stuff now. And it's gonna be mind blowing. You are pushing more GUI clips than you are popping. What does that even mean? Okay, anyway, yeah, look at that. You can, if you hover over them, they change color, right? If you click it, it is now forever that color, and you can't. Okay, something is breaking here. What? How's that happening? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Oh, it's because my default color is different. Okay. It's not it's not that mind blowing, it turns out. Oopsie. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? So when I'm connecting the character, I'm setting a default color. When I click, I change it to default color. How the hell does it change the... This makes no sense. So I changed the default. I changed it to default colors once over here. I never changed the colors again. Like the highlighted or the default colors, I set it to default colors, but I only changed the default colors over here. Okay, and on start I do that, but that should just be the default colors. So how when I click a character... So when I click a character, this gets run again? Update selected character button info. Okay, so we do that. So we send the character data. We get the party member list. We run through it. And we update the data. Oopsie. So how would any of this get run again? So let's see, where are you trying to run from? Player manager. Okay, that only happens at start, so it shouldn't be possible for any of this to rerun. That's amazing. So if I go to the Robin, okay. So now the chicken night is set to green. Now it sets to purple. The highlighted color. How? So every time I click this, it should go through here. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's because I use the default color. The button itself changes the color. It should use the default color inside of itself. So what we should do rather is maybe have a public void update. Or let's just say set back or set color to default. And when you run this, it actually just does selected character colors dot colors equals the default colors, right? And then this thing actually just doesn't do that, so it gets the button, and inside the button it just runs the set not set color Button dot. Okay. Oh, we actually want to do select character button here. So we want to get this script and then do. Whoa. Set color to default. Okay, and then now this default colors, it's its own default colors, not the default colors of the button you just clicked. Okay, that should work out. Okay, stop. Try again. Okay, now your mind should be blown. Go to level prep. Okay, so they're the right colors when we start. When we click on this one, these two are still red and... So unfortunately when you click, it turns it white, and that's because the press color is this ugly white now. Yeah, it goes to the pressed color. Okay, so let's change the pressed color as well. And then that should really be the last thing we have to do. Okay. So we can do default colors dot highlighted color. No. Rest color. We can just make this equal to the character. SO dot. Oh, come on. Character color. Okay, and now I think I've finally done it. The buttons are working 100% as they should. Okay, we can test it out. So we'll take the wizard, for instance, and have the wizard die. Okay, so this works when you press on it. Okay, yeah, it just changes to the lighter version. That's perfect. So let's start the level with the wizard. Have him take a bomb to the face. Okay, now it's grayed out, so we can't select that one. We can select the knight. He's gonna die as well. Okay, and our only one we have access to is the Robin, and it doesn't unselect. These don't select. So even if I click here, if I start the level, it's still it's still the Robin, right? Okay, my UI has been fixed. Now apparently I have other problems here. I have no idea what those mean. This is also the first time I'm seeing these like navigation things on the buttons. When I click on them, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with that at some point when I add controller support. At some very far away, distant future place that I don't know yet. Okay, so this all seems pretty good. Now, unfortunately, my idea was to get some of our new stats working. Right? But it's been 4 hours and I only got this to work now. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to call it there. It's important to me that I am consistent and don't overwork on any particular day. So I just want to, if I'm here for 3 hours a day, I'll progress with this game. And so I'm gonna just end it here then. It's 4 hours. It's good enough for today. I can call that a success. Tomorrow, we are actually going to implement our new character's stats. So the first one I'm going to start with is health regen, because I think health regen would be a cool one because it affects the way the characters are not reviving, because they're going to revive after a level. But I think health regen and maybe lifesteal are going to be quite interesting to start off with. See how I can get those to work. I'm excited for that. I might... Let's see if I can get both of them to work. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Maybe it'll be very cool. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. There are at least 5 of you today. So... I think I'll go ahead and send you guys off to the next streamer. So thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate. Let me see, who is there? Somebody online right now? Okay, there's one person online, and I think he's going to stay online for at least another couple of minutes. Spagus. So I'll send you off to Spagus. Hopefully he has something interesting that you can follow along with. So let's start the raid. And get my end screen going here. Like that. Okay. Everybody, I do appreciate you guys hanging out. I will send you off and I will see you. Oh, I can't find the button. Where the hell am I? Okay, this is the button. No, it's not. I'm not there yet. I'll get there. I'll see you guys tomorrow for another 3 to 4 hours of code. Now it's going to be 3 hours. The long weekend is over, so no more stretching it, unfortunately. Cheers.